30 days to get to someone who can help them with pain. That is the amount of wait. To me, that is unacceptable, completely unacceptable. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle know many, if not most, of these veterans who have toxic exposure are deteriorating rapidly. They do not have time to wait while the VA decides how they're going to implement this. They deserve access to care as quickly as they can possibly get it. We are so close to getting these veterans the care that they deserve, but if the PACT Act is going to work for veterans, we need to step up and give them access to community care. My amendment will open up that access. It will make that an option, so they don't have to struggle through waiting in the queue. They can go to a physician in their community for that primary care appointment so that they can get this process started. This will help them to avoid the long wait times, the arbitrary hurdles, and it will let them seek that care in the community if they can get it faster than making that trip to the VA. As I said, this is not controversial. There's no political scandal on it. It's a simple fix that will ensure that this promise that we are going to make in the PACT Act will be made to every single veteran that has experienced toxic exposure, so that we are certain that the PACT Act does not end up as a false promise or a false hope. These veterans have given so much. They have served honorably. It is imperative that we provide them not access to the queue, but access to the care that they have earned. Thank you. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the amendment when it comes up for a vote later this evening. I yield the floor.
Senator from Kentucky.
We absolutely must take care of those who were harmed in service to our country. I've supported several bills to take care of our veterans. In February of this year, I supported a bill that passed the Senate called the Health Care for Burn Pit Victims Act, which extends the eligibility period for combat veterans who served after 9/11 and were exposed to toxic substances, so they're able to receive care at the VA. I've also supported the VA Mission Act, the Dr. Kate Hendricks Thomas Service Act, the Team Caregivers Act, and the Veterans Appeal Improvement and Modernization Act, all of which expand care for veterans. When the war in Afghanistan came to a close, I proposed using those funds saved by ending the war to give a $2,500 bonus to all members of the military who served in the global war on terrorism. We must take care of our veterans and keep our country strong. This bill puts our economy, though, at risk by creating presumptions of service connection for the most common of ailments. For example, this legislation creates a presumption of service connection for Vietnam veterans for hypertension. But according to the CDC, 50% of men and 44% of women in the United States have hypertension. More than 60% of people over the age of 60 have hypertension. In total, the CDC estimates that 116 million Americans have hypertension. The legislation also creates a presumption of service connection for global war on terror veterans for asthma. The CDC estimates that 1 in 12 people have asthma, which is approximately 25 million Americans. This bill would cost hundreds of billions of dollars at a time when the national debt is climbing over $30 trillion and inflation is at a 40-year high. But the federal debt was created by Congress and not our vets and those who serve the armed services should not be the ones to pay the cost for government mismanagement. That's why I propose that we pay for this bill by establishing a 10-year moratorium on foreign aid and disbursed dispersed by USAID, except for Israel. USAID is riddled with waste, and those dollars can be better put to use to help take care of our veterans' health care. Just this year, USAID unveiled a $50 million Visit Tunisia program to encourage more tourism in Tunisia, although Tunisia is already one of the most visited countries in Africa. In 2016, USAID started a program to help the Afghan government help farmers as it cut checks to NGOs to fund Afghan farmers. The program paid for 72 farmers to receive drip irrigation, pipes, wheelbarrow, 2,000-liter water tank, and a 5-kilowatt generator for a cost of $87.9 million. Whether the systems are still in function or actually built is another question. USAID spent over $37 million to assist the Filipino government to get roughly 3 million Filipinos back to school. Maybe we ought to do the same in America. USAID devoted $20 million to teach the Laotian language. In another instance, USAID allocated up to $150,000 to send 10 Koreans to Washington, D.C. for 2 weeks to learn about climate change activism. That's a great use of our money. Wouldn't Congress rather spend the money on our veterans? Wouldn't it make more sense to spend taxpayer dollars on veterans who have risked it all for their country than on encouraging travel to Tunisia? That's why I seek my colleagues' support for my amendment that would help pay for the hundreds of billions of dollars in this bill. Our veterans should come first. I ask your support for my amendment on this pay-for amendment. Thank you. Mr. President,
From Kentucky?
I move to concur in the House message to accompany S. 3373 with amendment number 5184.
Clerk will report.
The senator from Kentucky, Mr. Paul, moves to concur in the House amendment to S3373 with amendment number 5184.
Mr. President, I ask that the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
Senator from Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, I rise to discuss the PACT Act, for which we will be, on which we'll be voting for several amendments, and then we will have a final passage vote later this evening. This could have been resolved months ago, as I had suggested it would be, but finally we've gotten to the point where we can resolve this. And I have to say, we are witnessing a very old Washington trick playing out on what might be an unprecedented scale. And what is that trick? That trick is you take a very sympathetic group of Americans. It could be children with rare diseases. It could be victims of crime. It could be veterans who are suffering an illness after having been exposed to toxic chemicals while serving our country. You take this sympathetic group, craft legislation to address their problems, and then sneak in something that's completely unrelated, that could never pass on its own, and dare anyone to stand up and say a word about that, because we all know if you raise the concern about the unrelated provision, people in this chamber and outside will stand up and make up all kinds of fabrications and falsehoods. They will enlist some pseudo-celebrities. They will get their accomplices in the media to propagate the dishonest charge that, oh, those mean Republicans don't care about those sympathetic victims. That's what's been going on here for some time now. It's in the PACT Act. We have an exceptionally sympathetic, overwhelmingly popular group of Americans, and rightly so. They're veterans who put on the uniform, served overseas, took huge risks, and along the way were exposed to toxic chemicals that have resulted or could result in their illness. There's overwhelming consensus to provide the resources to at least cover their health care costs and provide them with disability benefits because of their service to our country. In fact, the cause is so popular that the $280 billion of new spending contemplated by this bill is completely unoffset. It's mandatory spending. It's like OCO. And there's nobody that I know of, certainly not myself, that's asking that it be offset. It's like, this is what we need to do. And people acknowledge this, and we agree on that. But that's not where the PACT Act ends. That's not all there is to the PACT Act. It also includes the old Washington trick. And the form the trick takes in this bill is a complicated change to budget rules that allows current spending, by which I mean spending that is going to happen under existing law unrelated to the PACT Act, that spending that is routine already, to be basically shifted off the books, so to speak, in such a way that is designed to make it easier for future Congresses to spend a whole lot more money on completely unrelated programs. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that this clever little device could result in up to maybe even a little more than $400 billion of additional spending over the next 10 years. Again, totally outside of the veteran space. Totally outside. Now, the chairman of the Committee on Veteran Affairs is my friend, John Tester, a guy I know and like. He pretty much essentially acknowledged that, yeah, the legislation could be exploited this way, but he said, but you should have faith. You should have confidence and trust in your colleagues, future Congresses, that we wouldn't do a thing like that. Seriously? I'm supposed to trust this and future Congresses not to go on a spending spree? Seriously? That's unbelievable. And by the way, if I should have that trust, then why did they design this feature precisely so they could go on a spending spree? This isn't the first time this has happened. A good example, the CHIPS program, right? That's an acronym for the Children's Health Insurance Program. It was created in 1997, a very popular program. It's mandatory spending. It's completely unoffset. It's a very good cause, that's why. In 2009, Congress started providing more funding than was necessary to fund the program, much more than would actually be spent on the kids that qualify for it. Congress did this very knowingly and started doing it annually. Why, you might ask? Would Congress provide more funding than the program requires? Because the amount by which this funding exceeds what gets spent can be spent on other programs. It's a trick. It's a budget trick that allows for more spending in unrelated areas. Crime Victims Fund, very similar dynamic. Criminal penalties go into a fund that's supposed to go to victims of crime, but they've set up the rules so that in any given year, if we spend less than the amount of money that went into this fund, they can pretend those are budget savings and then spend the money somewhere else. So my point, Mr. President, is that we've seen this before. It's being played out again, but I don't think we've ever seen it on this scale. $400 billion over the next 10 years. You know, we've got budgets and we have budget rules for reasons. They're meant to try to provide some guardrails on spending. Now, Congress can always disregard them. Any Congress can always disregard budget rules for a good reason or bad reasons. If there's 60 votes, the budget rules can be waived. By the way, there's 5 budget points of order against this bill. I'm not aware that anyone's raised a single one. We're not going to have a vote on anyone. And that's because people say the new spending for these veterans is so important, we're going to waive the budget rules that this bill breaks. And I think that's the right thing to do. But to think that the appropriations process is going to be a sufficient check on the abuse of this gimmick that's in this bill is very unrealistic. You know, the Senate can always vote against a future spending bill that would take advantage of this gimmick, right? So this is one of the arguments we've heard. Well, you know, you could always vote against it if Congress were to exploit this gimmick and start spending these $400 billion. Yeah, but here's the problem. In a given year, that'd be about $40 billion, right? 400 over 10 years means $400 billion of this extraneous spending annually. Except, as presiding officer knows very well, we typically fund the government with one giant bill, an omnibus spending bill that's over 1,000 pages long usually. Nowadays, it's about $1.7 trillion. And $40 billion is a lot of money. That's 3% of $1.7 trillion. And so if you object to exploiting this budget gimmick and exploiting this loophole and spending $40 billion that shouldn't be spent on who knows what, you can vote against the whole bill, and that's your only option. Vote to shut down the government and not spend any money at all. That's no disciplinary mechanism. That's no mechanism for proper oversight. Now, you may hear that my amendment caps spending for veterans. Now, I want to be very clear about this. The chairman of the VA said, my amendment would place a limit on the amount of funding Congress could provide to cover care and benefits to veterans made available by this legislation. Could create a scenario where the VA runs out of funds. That is completely, 100% factually false. It's very hard to believe that the chairman of the VA is not aware of that. But here's the truth. The fund that's created in the PACT Act, the fund that the chairman of the VA is referring to, the fund where we cap the money that goes into this fund, that fund does not have the meaning that any normal person thinks a fund has. This is not a pool of money. This is not an account at a bank from which doctors are paid. This is nothing more than an accounting device. This is just the mechanism that the federal government uses to classify spending as mandatory instead of discretionary. That's all it is. And there are no limits whatsoever. This is an important point. My amendment has no limits whatsoever on the amount that Congress can appropriate in any given year or in the cumulative total of years for veterans, health care, or other benefits. My amendment doesn't affect that in any way whatsoever. Congress could appropriate $1 trillion in a given year. What my amendment would do, it would limit the amount of that appropriation that could be considered mandatory spending as opposed to discretionary spending. That's it. My amendment is 100% about how the government designates the spending. It has nothing to do with how much is actually spent. Now, what matters to a veteran who's ill because of a toxic exposure? I think what matters to him is that the money's there to cover what he needs. That's what he should be concerned about. And that will be there. What I'm trying to limit is the extent to which they can use a budgetary gimmick to reclassify spending so that they can go on an unrelated spending binge. So what would happen if the cost for actually caring for veterans in a given year is bigger than the cap we set? The appropriators simply appropriate the amount that's needed. It has no, my cap has no bearing on how much appropriators can spend. It only limits how much gets treated as mandatory spending. If my amendment is adopted, spending on veterans' benefits would not be reduced by 1 penny. Spending on veterans' families would not be reduced by 1 penny. The $280 billion in new spending as a result of the PACT Act would not be reduced by a penny, would not be offset. We have no attempt to make any change to any of that. If anyone is suggesting that my amendment would in any way reduce care for veterans or require rationing of care, they're either completely misinformed or they're being dishonest. So why does this matter? Why did the authors of the bill want to create this device that shifts this spending that's going to happen anyway from discretionary spending to mandatory spending? It's because we have a cap on total discretionary spending, and any spending that gets pulled out of the discretionary spending category and goes into a different category, that creates a hole under the cap. And Congress will fill that hole with spending on who knows what. That's the way this is going to play out. That's what's going to happen. Now, some people have suggested that my amendment, if adopted, would kill the bill. Well, think about that. An amendment that does not cut spending on veterans' care or veterans' benefits by 1 dime, but does make it harder for Congress to go on an unrelated $400 billion spending spree, that's going to kill the bill, really. Well, if that would kill the bill, then it speaks volumes about what's really important to the people who would vote no as a result. It may be clear that unrelated spending is more important than the spending on the veterans if my amendment would kill the bill. So I don't think passage of my amendment would kill the bill. It would frustrate the efforts of those who want to have the skids greased for a massive spending binge. It would definitely do that, but it wouldn't cut 1 dime of spending for veterans' care, and I think in the end the bill would pass. So I've got this very simple solution. It allows us to fully fund our vets. It eliminates this budgetary gimmick that greases the skids for this unrelated spending. And I would just urge my colleagues that hiding unrelated spending behind the sacrifice our veterans have made is no way to go. I would urge support for my amendment. And Mr. President, I move to concur in the House message to accompany S3373 with Amendment 5186.
Clerk will report.
Senator from Pennsylvania, Mr. Toomey, moves
I ask
to
the
concur
reading
in
be
the House
dispensed with.
amendment, House message to accompany S3373 with amendment numbered 5186.
Without objection.
So I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Okay.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you for the recognition. In just a few minutes, in fact, maybe I should say finally, in just a few minutes, the Senate will vote once again on the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxics Act of 2022, known as the PACT Act. Thousands of veterans who answered their call to serve after the terrorist attacks of 9/11 suffered the consequences to their health of exposure to open burn pits. Many of these veterans are simultaneously experiencing a battle with the VA, a battle with their health conditions, now a battle with the Department of Veterans Affairs to gain access to health care and the benefits that they desperately need and in reality earned and deserve. For more than 2 years, I've worked with my colleagues on the Senate Committee on Veterans Affairs, its chairman, Senator Tester, our colleagues in the House and Senate, multiple VSOs, veterans across the country, and veterans in Kansas, and their families on how we can provide toxic-exposed veterans the health care benefits that they deserve. Chairman Tester and I made a commitment to each other to get to this point today, and we've had a couple of procedural hurdles, but despite that, I am pleased that we have still brought this bill to the floor in a bipartisan manner. Our veterans have waited long enough, and it is time to pass the Heath Robinson PACT Act. Not only will this legislation provide long overdue health care and benefits to the 3.5 million post-9/11 veterans who are exposed to burn pits, but this legislation will deliver care for all generations of veterans, including Vietnam veterans and those who served in Southeast Asia suffering from the exposure to Agent Orange. No legislation is perfect. Is this bill the way I would draft it if I was the only person writing the bill? It is not. This is a legislative process that involves a give and take. And we will still have more work to do once the legislation is signed into law. I remain committed to working with the Department of Veterans Affairs, with our veteran service organizations, with individual veterans and their families, with my colleagues here in the Senate, both Republican and Democratic, to make certain that this legislation is effective for veterans and that the unintended consequences from this legislation are addressed. Once we pass legislation, the work continues because it then has to be implemented by the Department of Veterans Affairs. And I know from experience that that is a challenge. And this bill in particular, the magnitude, the number of veterans affected, the amount of resources necessary, the demand for care that will arise under this legislation, the demand for benefits that arises under this legislation, all will make its implementation a significant challenge. But we are ready and able to make certain that the intended results, while there's been lots of demand that we pass legislation, really what we're after is intended results. And those intended results are that our veterans receive the care and benefits that they deserve. There is no doubt that the cost of caring for our veterans is high. And the truth is, freedom is not free. There's always a cost to war, and we need to remind ourselves that that cost is not fully paid when the war ends. We are now on the verge of honoring that commitment to Americans, veterans, and their families. I support this legislation. I support moving forward with a vote in favor of cloture. I am pleased, something that we thought might have happened earlier, I'm pleased that there will be amendment votes before we get to that final passage. But I expect and urge my colleagues, regardless of the outcome of the amendment votes, to continue to move this bill forward by adopting this opportunity to pass the bill, by taking advantage of the circumstance we have now worked our way to get to. And now that we are at this point, I hope that today it passes, the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our PACT Act, that it passes and with the presidential signature becomes law. To my colleagues who've worked on this, I express my gratitude to my colleagues, Republicans and Democrats, on the Committee on Veterans Affairs. I appreciate the opportunity I have to be in leadership in that committee and to work every day on behalf of those who served our nation. Let's pass this legislation. Let's deliver the most comprehensive toxic exposure package to veterans in our country's history. And with that plea and suggestion, Mr. President, I yield back. President, I note the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Senator from Montana.
I would ask the quorum call be eviscerated.
Without objection, Senator recognized.
Mr. President, I stand in front of this body yet again to urge the passage of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our PACT Act. And before I get into my remarks, Senator Moran is on the floor. I listened to a good portion of what he had to say, and I just want to say thank you to Senator Moran. As a team member on the Veterans Affairs Committee, for the last year and a half, we've been working in good faith to get a bill that addresses the challenges of toxic exposure that our veterans, quite honestly, have endured since World War I. And with the burn pits and Agent Orange and the radiation exposure that this bill addresses, I would just say that we would not be here today if we hadn't both committed to work together to get to a result that hopefully, I was a little more sure of this last week than I am today, but hopefully get to a point where this bill passes. We've talked about this bill a lot. We've talked about what it does. And basically what it does is make sure that the veterans who have been exposed to toxins, in this case burn pits, but also, as I said before, Agent Orange and radiation are made whole again. So we get these folks, we train them to be warriors, we send these men and women off to war, we tell them to go out and protect our freedoms and protect this country. They do it, and oftentimes things happen that changes their lives. Sometimes those injuries we can see, sometimes we can't see them. And in this particular case with toxic burn pits, they come home and they have developed disorders because they breathe these toxins in. And if anybody's ever been around a burning barrel that have had plastics in it, you know exactly what I'm talking about. And you breathe these toxins and it causes cancers and it causes lung issues. Well, the problem is these folks couldn't get away. These burn pits were right outside the camps. They were right next to the chow line, right next to the beds they slept in, and they had to breathe this garbage sometimes day and night. It resulted in some pretty serious injury that is resulted oftentimes in death. Now, the reason I say that is because over the last year and a half, the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee had several hearings, and we have witnesses come forth that have been impacted by burn pits and toxic exposure. And I can tell you some of those folks aren't with us today. The toxins got them. And so not only was the veteran life ended, which is unfortunate of itself, but also the family that was dependent upon that veteran had their lives turned upside down. So it is time that we set that record straight and make sure that those folks that have been impacted by war are taken care of. And I hope that there's nobody in this body that thinks that's unreasonable. Because the truth is I think most of the folks in this body have been to the Middle East and they've seen what a different world that is and how it makes me damn glad to be a Montanan and to be an American. But we've got an ability today to step up and do the right thing. There have been a lot of claims made over the last week or two. I would go into those claims and refute those claims, but quite frankly, I don't see the sense in it. If the folks here haven't read this bill, if they haven't read the letter that I sent out to every senator in this body early today, I would ask that you would, if you have any questions, come run me down, and I will answer any of them. The fact is we've done this whole process in a very transparent manner. No surprises, no last-minute stuff put into this bill, no slush funds. This is a bill that will work for this country, it will work for the taxpayers of this country, and it will work, most importantly, for the veterans and their families. We have an opportunity, as I said last week, to do the right thing today. We have an opportunity to make the Senate, have the American people be proud of the Senate and the work they do. I would hope we get a resounding vote on this bill, and I would hope that we don't amend it to have to go back to the House, because that, once again, would delay benefits and do real damage to this bill. So I'd ask my fellow senators, when they come to the floor and vote, think about the veterans that are standing outside the Capitol out here. Think about the veterans in your home state. Think about the veterans that you met while they were on active duty on your Codels. And remember them and do the right thing. Vote to pass the Sergeant First Class, Heath Robinson PACT Act. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
All time has been yielded back under the previous order. The question occurs on the Paul motion to concur with an amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators, there are no senators voting in the affirmative. Senators voting in the negative: Duckworth, Grassley, Heinrich, Markey, Moran, Murphy, and Tester.
Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Graham? Mr. Graham? No. Mr. Reed? Mr. Reed? No. Mrs. Blackburn? Mrs. Blackburn? Aye. Ms. Stabenow? Ms. Stabenow? No. Mr. Padilla? Mr. Padilla? No. Mr. Scott? Mr. Scott of Florida? No. Mrs. Capito? Mrs. Capito? Aye. Mr. Ossoff? Mr. Ossoff? No. I didn't. No. Mrs. Capito? Mrs. Capito? No. Mr. Tillis? Mr. Tillis? No. Mr. Bozeman? Mr. Bozeman? No. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Brown, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. King, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Cardin, no. Miss Lummis, no. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. Booker, no. Miss Cinema, no. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Miss Ernst, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Romney, Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mrs. Feinstein, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Carper, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mrs. Fisher, no.
May I ask a question?
Mrs. Shaheen,
I think I've been sitting up here for an
no.
hour.
Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, no.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. On this vote, the yeas are 7, the nays are 90. Under the previous order, requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this motion to concur with amendment, the motion is not agreed to. Under the previous order, the question occurs on the Toomey motion to concur with amendment.
Mr. President.
The senator from Pennsylvania.
Mr. President, a lot has been said about my amendment that's completely false, mostly outside of this chamber. So let me say very simply what it does. My amendment does only one thing. It would maintain the current policy of classifying currently authorized VA healthcare spending as discretionary spending, rather than change that classification going forward to mandatory spending as the PACT Act would allow. My amendment does not cap any spending. It does not reduce veteran spending. It does not change the classification of PACT Act spending. But by preventing this change in classification, we'd prevent a budget gimmick that's designed to grease the skids for up to $400 billion in totally unrelated spending. So let's pass the PACT Act, but let's pass it without enabling an unrelated $400 billion spending spree. Support my amendment.
Mr. President.
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, the Toomey Amendment does place an arbitrary limit on the amount of funding that Congress could spend each year in support of veterans. Those are called caps. Don't take my word for it. It comes from the Appropriations Committee and the Budgets Committee. And when you place caps, that results in rationing of care. Look, just like every other mandatory account that the VA has, they come forth as part of the President's budget. VA has to justify it. Congress details the estimates and needs for the funds for the purpose, whether it's toxic exposure or anything else. It will be reviewed as part of the standard appropriation process. I would recommend, if you don't trust your appropriators, put somebody else on the committee, because that's what this all comes down to, is the appropriators. I would ask you to vote no on this amendment.
The question is on the motion to concur with amendment. Senator from Pennsylvania requests the yeas and nays. Is there a second? There is a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Daines, Fisher, Graham, Hawley, Hoven, Inhofe, Johnson, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Paul, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, and Young. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Collins, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Feinstein, Hassan, Hirono, Klobuchar, Lujan, Menendez, Ossoff, Padilla, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warner, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Casey, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Heinrich, no. Mr. Blunt, aye. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Murray, no.
Can take these out, but
Mr. King, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Manchin, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 48. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this motion, to concur with the amendment, the motion is not agreed to.
Oh, don't worry, I'm not sure.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr.
Senate will be in order. Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move to concur in the House message to accompany S 3373 with amendment number 5185.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Tennessee, Mrs. Blackburn, moves to concur in the House amendment 2S 3373 with amendment number 5185.
I ask the reading be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. This
Senate will be in order. Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is the amendment that will allow our veterans to immediately move into community care. Our veterans need to be able to have access to the care, not just access to the queue. The VA will have a problem getting this implemented because the current wait time to see a primary care doctor is 100 days. So let's not make them wait. Let's give them access to community care so that they have the care they have earned and they deserve.
Mr. President?
Senator from Montana.
The Blackburn Amendment would provide automatic eligibility for community care for any toxic exposed veteran to any condition. However, I want to make it clear, if a veteran should ever need care that the VA cannot provide, they're automatically eligible in that case. We could talk about the cost, we could talk about the accountability, we could talk about the timelines going into the private sector. Unfortunately, we don't have those times. We don't have those metrics. But what we do know is this. The VA is a leader in healthcare and treating our veterans for diseases and conditions as a result of their military service. And more than that, time after time after time again, we've heard that veterans prefer getting their care from the VA. We should not privatize the VA. That's what this amendment's about. I would appreciate a no vote.
The question occurs on the Blackburn motion to concur with the amendment. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you perform magic. I just talked to you and boom, it's already hotline, or at least the request is.
Mr. Booker. Okay.
Good. Well, thank you so much. So now it's hotline. We should be able to get it this week, I hope. So I can't imagine anybody opposed to it. We got strong bipartisan support.
Yeah.
Well, thank you, Maria.
Mr. Bozeman.
I apologize, I troubled you.
Mr. Braun.
I looked at my call and they're like, oh, they just, I go, shoot, I just talked to Maria.
No, what happened is when I walked in and I talked to my office, they said, we just finished the report and we just sent it over. So then when I said, okay, and, then you were then they probably called your office and then your office texted you. But still, it's all magic.
It's all magic.
It all worked.
Good, and thanks for talking to the cloakroom. That's the big thing. So
Mr. Brown. Gotcha. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. It's a third vote. Mrs. Capito. Thank you. I don't get that. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Right, yeah. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford. You want to be Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey. I did. Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Thank you. Who? Yeah. Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Blackburn, Blunt, Bozeman, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Lankford, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Murkowski, Risch, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott of Florida, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Wicker, and Young. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Cantwell, Cardin, Casey, Coons, Duckworth, Feinstein, Gillibrand, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Manchin, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Tester, Warner, Warnock, Warren, Whitehouse, and Wyden. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Shelby, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Menendez, no. Mr. Portman, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Okay. Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Paul, aye. Mr. Braun, aye. Mr. Schumer, no. Yeah, let me. Mr. Markey, no. Are you missing Burr? Are you? Mr. Durbin, no. I found it. Will you tell John? I put it in the top drawer where the stamps are. Bye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Inhofe, aye. Mr. Carper, no. Ms. Stabenow, no. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Yep.
On this vote, the yeas are 48, the nays are 47. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this motion to concur with amendment, the motion is not agreed to. Under the previous order, the motion to refer and the amendments pending thereto, the motion to concur with amendment number 5148 and the amendment pending the veto are withdrawn. Thereto are withdrawn.
Mr. President.
Senator from Kansas.
Mr. President, thank you. We are poised once again for the opportunity to pass a piece of legislation of historic significance, something that demonstrates the United States Senate can come together and take care of Americans, particularly those who served our nation. And while it's historic, it's more important to many individuals. Historic for the country, historic for veterans, but important, life-saving, supportive of those who've encountered toxic exposure from Vietnam and Southeast Asia, through Agent Orange, and through burn pits in Iraq and Afghanistan. Mr. President, I thank the Heath Robinson family and all the advocates who got us to this point today, and I ask my colleagues to pass this legislation, and I ask the President to sign it as quickly as possible.
Senator from Montana.
15 years ago, when I was appointed to the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee, I had a Vietnam veteran come up to me and say, "You're not going to treat this generation of veterans like you treated us." This bill rights that and makes that veteran's request come true. Why? Because we're dealing with toxic exposure. In fact, we're even dealing with it with Agent Orange and the burn pits. This fully pays the cost of war, and I would encourage everybody in this body to vote for this motion.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. This long-awaited moment for our nation's veterans is occurring now. The Senate is finally going to pass the most significant expansion of veteran health. Could we have order, Mr. President?
Senator will be in order. Senator will be in order.
Finally, this Senate is going to pass the most significant expansion of veteran health care benefits in generations. This is a very good day, a long-awaited day, a day that should have happened long ago. For decades, many of our nation's veterans have endured a shameful reality. They went abroad to serve our country bravely, got sick from toxic exposure in the line of duty, but came home and learned they didn't qualify for the benefits they needed to treat their illnesses. It is shameful. It is infuriating. Today, we tell our veterans suffering from cancers, lung diseases, other ailments from burn pits, the wait is over for the benefits you deserve. No more pointless delays on getting the health care you need. No more jumping through hoops and even hiring lawyers just to get an answer from the VA. And today, if you are a veteran from Vietnam to Iraq to Afghanistan to everywhere in between, and you get sick from burn pit exposure or Agent Orange, you will finally be able to get your earned benefits guaranteed. I want to thank my colleagues from both sides of the aisle for working together to push the PACT Act over the line, especially Senators Tester and Moran, who were the original leaders of the bill, my colleague, Senator Gillibrand from New York, and thank in advance all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle who will vote for this much-needed legislation. Importantly, I want to thank the many veterans, veteran service organizations, and advocates like John Stewart and John Field, who led a righteous, mighty movement to get this bill done. It wouldn't have happened without you. And especially want to thank the veterans who camped at the foot of Capitol Hill for the past few days, enduring scorching heat, drenching rain, just to get to this point. They said they would never go home until they got this bill done. They're here. Well, I have good news. In a few minutes, after this bill passes, you can go home knowing the good and great thing you have done and accomplished for the United States of America. Because of them, veterans everywhere will finally get the dignity and care they deserve. The PACT Act is now going to the President's desk. I thank my colleague for their work, and I ask for the yeas and nays.
The question is on the motion to concur. Is there sufficient second? There seems to be a second. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen. Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Barrasso, Bennett, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Bozeman, Braun, Brown, Cantwell, Capito, Cardin, Casey, Cassidy, Collins, Cortez Masto, Cotton, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Duckworth, Durbin, Ernst, Feinstein, Fisher, Gillibrand, Grassley, Haggerty, Hassan, Hawley, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Hoven, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Johnson, Kane, Kennedy, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Manchin, Marshall, McConnell, Menendez, Moran, Murkowski, Murphy, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Rounds, Rubio, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Scott of Florida, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Wyden, and Young. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Crapo, Langford, Lee, Lummis, Paul, Risch, Romney, Shelby, Tillis, Toomey, and Tuberville. Mr. Sass, aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Burr. Mr. Burr, aye.
Oh, wait a minute. This is.
Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 86, the nays are 11. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this motion to concur, the motion is agreed to.
Madam President,
The Majority
this is
Leader.
a wonderful moment, especially for all the people who have made this happen, who are observing it. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now I ask unanimous consent that the Senate be in a period of morning business for debate only, and with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Madam President, now I'm about to lock in an agreement that will allow the Senate to pass the resolution of ratification for the Finnish and Swedish applications to join NATO. Our NATO alliance is the bedrock that has guaranteed democracy in the Western world since World War II. This strengthens NATO even further and is particularly needed in the light of recent Russian aggression. When Leader McConnell and I met with the Finnish President and Swedish Prime Minister in May, we committed to do this as fast as we could, and certainly before we go home for the August recess. With the help of Chair Menendez, Ranking Member Risch, Senator Shaheen, Senator Tillis, we were able to get to this point. I appreciate their hard work and bipartisan work. I know Leader McConnell does too. For the awareness of my colleagues, I invited the ambassadors from Finland and Sweden to join us in the gallery during our debate and votes tomorrow. And so now, I ask unanimous consent that on Wednesday, August 3rd, 2022 at 1:30 p.m., the Senate proceed to executive session to consider calendar number 5, Treaty Document 117-3, that the treaties be considered as having advanced through the various parliamentary stages up to and including the presentation of the resolutions of advice and consent to ratification, that there be 3 hours for debate equally divided between the two leaders or their designees on the treaties and resolution of advice and consent to ratification, that the only amendments in order be the resolution of advice and consent to ratification, that the only amendments in order to the resolution of advice and consent to ratification be the following: Sullivan 5191, Paul 5192. That following the debate, the Senate vote in relation to the amendments in the order listed, and that upon disposition of the amendments, any committee conditions, declarations, or reservations be agreed to as applicable, and the Senate vote on the resolution of advice and consent to ratification as amended, if amended, with no intervening action or debate. That if the resolution of advice and consent to ratification is agreed to, the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Is there objection? Without objection.
I yield the floor to the great senator from the state of Montana.
Madam President.
The senator from Montana.
Thank you, Madam President. 86 to 11. 86 to 11. We've been fighting for this for decades. For decades. And I will tell you that the last few days have not been particularly easy for me, and they've been even more difficult for the veterans around this nation who thought they had a benefit on June 16th, and then found out that it wasn't there. But today, the Senate took the historic step of delivering health care and benefits to all areas of veterans by the passage of the Sergeant First Class Heath Robinson honoring our promise to address Comprehensive Toxic Act, otherwise known as the PACT Act. For hundreds of thousands of veterans of all generations, for our all-volunteer military, this bill puts us on a path to finally paying the cost of war. Look, I take my cues from the veterans as chairman of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. When I first introduced this bill last year, we set out with a clear goal: to right the wrongs of decades of inaction and failure by us, the United States government, to provide all eras of toxic exposed veterans the VA care and benefits that they have earned. We knew the only way to do this was to put forth a comprehensive package that took care of our past, present, and future veterans. I am grateful, and I mean this. This wouldn't have happened without my good friends, Ranking Member Jerry Moran, John Bozeman, and Martin Heinrich. We all worked together to make sure that this toxic exposure package came together so we could have the vote we had today, with help from both sides of the aisle. I am thankful for the leadership of President Joe Biden, who addressed this issue in his State of the Union speech and got the ball rolling. To VA Secretary Dennis McDonough for his leadership as Secretary of the VA, and House Veterans Affairs Committee Chairman Mark Takano, and so many others that I can't even list them all, so I'm not going to start down this line. This bill is legislation we envisioned when we set out to right wrongs of our toxic exposed veterans. The PACT Act recognizes that responsibility, and it recognizes the cost of war. Veteran service organizations across this country and the veterans they represent and the advocates have understood this for a long time. That is why not only have they been incredible partners in this, but that is why this has been the #1 issue for veteran service organizations in this country, the #1 issue. And in fact, so important to them, and the folks have pretty much left here, the chamber, but so important to them, they were willing to sleep on the steps of the Capitol for the last 5 days. Now, you might not think that's a big deal, but it isn't exactly nice in Washington, D.C. the 1st of August or the end of July. And last night, we had one heck of a thunderstorm. Rolled me right out of bed. Those folks were out there. They were making their names be heard. They were making the policies be heard that they fought for. And I'm just going to say one more thing. If you take a look at our military, the finest in the world, there's a reason for that. There's a reason for that, and that reason is these folks are willing to get the job done, and they did. And that's why we got a vote of 86 to 11. That's why folks said enough is enough. We're not doing any more games. We're going to vote on this bill. That's what the folks sent us here to Washington, D.C. to do, and we did it. And I couldn't be prouder of the United States Senate, but I'm also more proud of the folks who serve this country in the military and their families. When I got on this floor earlier today and said, the longer we delay, the longer we're going to deny health care for our veterans, and veterans are going to continue to be in crisis, and they're going to continue to die. Now we've passed a bill that rights that wrong, that's going to help these veterans across the board, and I think we're going to see improvement in all sorts of things, not only the diseases caused by toxic exposure, but the mental health that's also associated with service to this country. We put politics aside. We delivered results through action, through real action. And we said, thank you to the men and women who have served in our military. Thank you for what you've done for this country. Thank you for protecting our freedoms. Thank you for keeping us safe. And most importantly, we told them, you held up your end of the bargain, we held up ours. I yield the floor. Absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Can I get some water, please?
I think it's coming right there.
Madam President?
The senator from Vermont.
Madam President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, I wanted to come down to the floor to say a few words about the so-called Inflation Reduction Act, which may be coming to the floor this week. But before I do, I want to put this reconciliation bill into the context of where we are as a nation from a political perspective. And where we are is not a good place to be. According to the most recent Gallup poll, the approval rate for Congress is at 16%, with massive numbers of people disapproving of the work we are doing here. Further, according to a recent University of Chicago poll, a strong majority of Americans believe that the government is, quote, corrupt and rigged against me, end quote. That is how people perceive the government. Further, according to a recent USA Today poll, a very strong majority no longer believe that the Democratic or Republican parties are responding to their needs, and we have to move away from a two-party system to a multi-party system. And most frighteningly, there is a growing number of Americans who actually believe that they have to take up arms, literally become violent against their own government in order to accomplish what they think needs to be done. And of course, we saw an example of that on January 6th of last year with the terrible violence and deaths that occurred. Madam President, all of this speaks to a very dangerous moment for American democracy, and in some ways resembles the conditions that existed in Europe in the late 1920s and early 1930s, which eventually led to fascism and totalitarianism. And I should mention that as we speak right now, while working families and the middle class are falling further and further behind economically, the billionaires in this country, through their super PACs, are doing everything that they can to elect members of Congress who will support the wealthy and powerful against the needs of average Americans of both parties. Huge amounts of money from billionaires are coming into campaigns to elect the candidates who will represent the 1%. The people of this country believe, in my view correctly, that we have a corrupt political system dominated by the wealthy and powerful, and we have a rigged economy in which large corporations are seeing massive increases
in their profits, while the middle class and working families of the country continue to see a decline in their standard of living. We don't talk about it much here in the Senate or in the corporate media, but at this moment in American history, we have more income and wealth inequality than at any time in the last 100 years. Now, I know we're not allowed to talk about it. It's not fashionable. We might offend some wealthy campaign contributors. But today, obscenely, you got 3 people who own more wealth than the bottom half of American society. You have the top 1% owning more wealth than the bottom 92%. You have 45% of all new income going to the 1%. And you got CEOs of major corporations making 350 times more than average workers. In other words, the people in the middle, working people, struggling, people on top doing phenomenally well, and the people on the top have enough money to elect candidates who represent their interests. And that is the overall context, in my view, in which this reconciliation bill is coming to the floor. Now, I have heard from some of my colleagues that the Build Back Better legislation passed by the U.S. House of Representatives and supported by some 48 out of 50 members of the Senate Democratic Caucus and by the President of the United States is dead, not going anywhere. Can't get the 50 votes that is needed. Now, I don't know if that is absolutely true or not, but I do know that if it is true, it would be a disaster for the working families of our country who today are desperately trying to survive economically. So let me briefly review what was in the original Build Back Better plan and contrast it with what is in the so-called Inflation Reduction Act. And I should mention that every one of the provisions that I will briefly be discussing has overwhelming support from the American people, according to poll after poll after poll. In other words, that is what the American people want. Madam President, at a time when the United States has the highest rate of childhood poverty, shamefully, of almost any major nation on earth, this reconciliation bill that will soon be coming to the floor does not extend the $300 a month per child tax credit that working parents of this country had last year. That's gone. That is not in this bill. If you are a parent today paying $15,000 a year for child care, which is what it costs in Vermont and is about the average cost all over America, $15,000 a year to have a kid in child care, this bill completely ignores that crisis and does absolutely nothing for you. And of course, unlike the original Build Back Better plan, this bill does not provide free and universal pre-K. So if you're a working parent right now struggling to pay for child care, this bill turns its back on you. Madam President, at a time when 45 million Americans are struggling to pay student debt, and when hundreds of thousands of bright young people every year are unable to afford to go to college and get a higher education, this bill ignores that reality and does nothing for these young people. The original Build Back Better plan did not go as far as I wanted it to, but it would have provided 2 years of free education at a community college. That's a big deal for millions of young people, but that is no longer going to happen. If you are an elderly American, one of the millions of elderly people trying to survive on your Social Security benefits, and you cannot afford to go to a dentist and your teeth are rotting in your mouth or you have no teeth, so that you can digest your food, or you can't afford to get a hearing aid to communicate with your kids or grandchildren, or you can't afford the eyeglasses that you need, this bill does nothing, zero, to expand Medicare to cover these very basic health care needs that the American people want to see covered. As a result, millions of seniors will continue to have rotten teeth and lack of dentures, lack of hearing aids or eyeglasses that they deserve. Further, at a time when millions of elderly and disabled Americans would prefer to stay in their homes rather than be forced to go into a nursing home, this bill does absolutely nothing to address the very, very serious home health care crisis in our country. We will continue to lack the decent paid, decent trained staffing that we need to address the home health care crisis. This bill ignores that issue completely. Madam President, I think there is no disagreement on the part of anybody that we have a major housing crisis in this country. Some 600,000 people are homeless in America, sleeping out on the streets all across this country, including a few blocks away from the Capitol. And in addition to that, some 18 million households in our country are spending an incredible 50% of their incomes for housing. Yup, you guessed it. This bill does nothing to address the major housing crisis that exists in state after state after state all across the country. We're ignoring that major issue as well. Madam President, one of the criticisms made against the original Build Back Better plan is that it would be inflationary because it would increase federal spending. That criticism is untrue. Every nickel spent on that bill would have been fully paid for by increased taxes on the wealthy and large corporations. Unlike the recently passed microchip corporate welfare bill that adds $79 billion to the federal deficit, unlike the proposed military budget that came out of the Senate Armed Forces Committee recently, which would increase defense spending by $45 billion, more than the Pentagon even requested, the Build Back Better plan would not have increased the deficit at all. Now, Madam President, let me say a few words about what is in this legislation, a bill which, in my view, has some good features, but also has some very bad features. One of the issues that it deals with is prescription drugs. And the good news, Madam President, is that the reconciliation bill finally begins to lower the outrageous price of some of the most expensive prescription drugs under Medicare. According to the most recent data, if we do nothing, Medicare will spend about $1.8 trillion over the next decade on prescription drugs, and our nation as a whole will spend $5 trillion. And that is not only outrageous, but it is unsustainable. But, Madam President, here is the bad news. The prescription drug provisions in this bill are extremely weak, and it's hard to deny that. They are extremely complex. They take too long to go into effect, and they go nowhere. They go nowhere near as far as they should to take on the greed of the pharmaceutical industry whose actions are literally killing Americans. 1 out of 5 Americans today cannot afford the prescription drugs their doctors prescribed, and some of them will die. Under this legislation, Medicare, for the first time in history, would be able to negotiate with the pharmaceutical industry to lower drug prices. And that is the good news. The bad news is that the negotiated prices would not go into effect until 2026, 4 years from now. So you're not going to see any changes over the next 4 years. Further, in 2026, only 10 drugs would be negotiated, with more to come in later years. Moreover, with the possible exception of insulin, this bill does nothing to lower prescription drug prices for anyone who is not on Medicare. Under this bill, at a time when the pharmaceutical companies are making outrageous profits, the drug companies will still be allowed to charge the American people by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. I a couple of years ago, took a trip with some Midwesterners over the border into Canada, where they purchased insulin for 1/10 of the price that was being charged in the United States, because in Canada, like virtually every other country on earth, they negotiate prices with the industry. Madam President, if we are really serious about reducing the price of prescription drugs, something that the American people desperately want us to do, it is no secret as to how we can achieve that goal. For over 30 years, the Veterans Administration, and I'm very proud of the legislation that we just passed a moment ago for the VA, but the VA has been negotiating with the pharmaceutical industry to lower the price of prescription drugs. They've been doing it for 30 years, not a new idea. Moreover, for decades, virtually every other major country on earth has been doing exactly the same thing, which is why the price of prescription drugs in Canada, Mexico, all over Europe is far less expensive than in the United States. The result of where we are today is that Medicare pays twice as much for the exact same prescription drugs as the VA, and Americans, in some cases, may pay 10 times more for a particular drug as the people of any major country are. So you have the absurd situation of one government agency, the VA, because they have been negotiating drugs seriously, all drugs, for 30 years, pays half of what Medicare is paying today. In other words, if we are going to solve this problem, when it comes to reducing the price of prescription drugs under Medicare, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We could simply require Medicare to pay no more for prescription drugs than the VA. And Madam President, if we did that, we could literally cut the price of prescription drugs under Medicare in half. We could cut the price in half in a matter of months, not years. In February, I introduced legislation with Senator Klobuchar that would do exactly that. Under that legislation, we could save Medicare $900 billion over the next decade. That is 9 times more savings than the rather weak negotiation provisions in this bill. And by the way, with those enormous savings, we could expand Medicare to provide comprehensive dental, vision, and hearing benefits to every senior in America. It could be used, furthermore, to lower the Medicare eligibility age to at least 60, and it could be used to extend the solvency of Medicare. That's what we could do with those savings that we're not achieving under this proposed bill. What are the other prescription drug provisions in the reconciliation bill? Well, Under this legislation, pharmaceutical companies would essentially be prohibited from increasing prescription drug prices above inflation, pegged to the year 2021. Should we be making sure that pharmaceutical companies cannot increase their prices above general inflation? Yes. But let us be clear. This provision would lock in all of the extraordinary price increases the pharmaceutical industry has made in recent years and would do nothing to lower those outrageously high prices. It would control cost in the future, limiting what the industry could charge, but it would not lower prices. Under this legislation, out-of-pocket prescription drug costs for seniors would be capped at $2,000 a year, and that is a good benefit, which will benefit up to 2 million seniors who currently pay over $2,000 a year for prescription drugs, often people who are dealing with cancer and with other very serious illnesses that require expensive drugs. But the $25 billion cost of that provision will not be paid for by the pharmaceutical industry, which is making record-breaking profits. In other words, we're going to cap the price. Guess who's paying for it? You got it. It will be paid for by increased premiums on virtually every senior citizen in America, although there is a provision to smooth out those premium increases. The current reconciliation bill that we are looking at would also provide free vaccines for seniors, the only population for which vaccines are not already free, and this is a good thing, something that we should have done a long time ago. Finally, Madam President, in terms of prescription drugs, it looks like the reconciliation bill will cap co-pays for insulin at $35 a month, which is a good step forward for people with health insurance, but would do nothing to lower the cost of insulin for the 1.6 million diabetics who are currently uninsured and who in fact need our help the most. So, this bill does something in terms of prescription drugs, but nowhere near enough given the crisis that we face. In terms of the Affordable Care Act, Madam President, this legislation will extend subsidies for some 13 million Americans who have private health insurance plans as a result of the Affordable Care Act, and they will be extended over the next 3 years. Without this provision, millions of Americans would see their premiums skyrocket, and some 3 million Americans could lose their health care altogether. So this is a good provision, but let us not fool ourselves. The $64 billion cost of this provision will go directly into the pockets of private health insurance companies that made over $60 billion in profits last year and paid their executives exorbitant compensation packages. It would also do nothing to help the more than 70 million Americans today who are uninsured or underinsured. And there are estimates out there now that some 60,000 people in our country die every year because they don't get to a doctor when they should, because they're uninsured or underinsured. So this bill does nothing, absolutely nothing, to reform a dysfunctional, broken healthcare system which is based on the greed of the insurance industry. Does nothing to address the fundamental crisis of the United States paying by far the highest prices in the world for health care, while over 70 million of us are uninsured or underinsured. Doesn't even touch that. Now, Madam President, let me say a word about climate change and what this bill does and does not do. This legislation provides $370 billion over the next decade to combat climate change and to invest in so-called energy security programs. The good news is that if this legislation were to be signed into law, it would provide far more funding for energy efficiency and sustainable energy than has ever been invested by the government before. That's the good news. This is, however, substantially lower than the $555 billion in the original Build Back Better plan, which understood that climate change is an existential threat to this planet, and it must be addressed in an extremely bold way if we're going to leave a country and world in which our kids and grandchildren can thrive. But this legislation does provide serious funding for wind, solar, batteries, heat pumps, electric vehicles, energy-efficient appliances, and low-income communities that have borne the brunt of climate change. That is the good news. But, Madam President, the very bad news that very few people in the media or in Congress want to talk about is that this proposed legislation includes a huge giveaway to the fossil fuel industry, both in the reconciliation bill itself and in a side deal that was just made public yesterday. Under this legislation, the fossil fuel industry will receive billions of dollars in new tax breaks and subsidies over the next 10 years, on top of the $15 billion in tax breaks and corporate welfare that they are already receiving. In my view, if we are going to make our planet healthy and habitable for future generations, we cannot provide billions of dollars in new tax breaks to the very same fossil fuel companies that are currently destroying the planet. Think about it. At a time when the scientists all over the world tell us we've got to break our dependence on fossil fuel, this legislation provides billions in new tax breaks to fossil fuel companies. In my view, instead of giving them more tax breaks, we should end all of the massive corporate welfare that the fossil fuel industry already enjoys. Madam President, under this legislation, up to 60 million acres of public waters must be offered up for sale each and every year to the oil and gas industry before the federal government could approve any new offshore wind development. To put that into perspective, 60 million acres is the size of the state of Michigan. That is a lot of territory. Madam President, let me read to you the headline that appeared in a July 29th article in Bloomberg. Quote, Exxon loves what Manchin did for big oil in $370 billion deal, end quote. According to Bloomberg, the CEO of ExxonMobil called the reconciliation bill, quote, a step in the right direction, end of quote, and was, quote, pleased, end quote, with the comprehensive set of solutions included in this proposed legislation. Barron's recently reported that ExxonMobil, Chevron, and Occidental Petroleum are just a few of the fossil fuel companies that could benefit the most under this bill. Now, Madam President, if the CEO of ExxonMobil, a company that has done as much as any entity to destroy this planet, if he is pleased with this bill, then I think all of us should have some very deep concerns about what is in this legislation. Further, under this bill, up to 2 million acres of public lands must be offered up for sale each and every year to the oil and gas industry before leases can move forward for any renewable energy development on public lands. In total, this bill would offer the fossil fuel industry up to 700 million acres of public lands and waters going to oil and gas drilling over the next decade, far more than the oil and gas industry could possibly use. And Madam President, that is not all. The fossil fuel industry will not just benefit from the provisions in the reconciliation bill. A deal has also been reached to make it easier for the fossil fuel industry to receive permits for their oil and gas projects. This deal would approve the $6.6 billion Mountain Valley Pipeline, a fracked gas pipeline that would span 303 miles from West Virginia to Virginia and potentially on to North Carolina. This is a pipeline that would generate emissions equivalent to that released by 37 coal plants or by over 27 million cars each and every year. Seems to be a very strange way to combat climate change. Madam President, let me quote a statement from 350.org, one of the leading environmental groups in the country, on this subject. And they say, and I quote, "This latest bill has a few good pieces, lengthening the tax credits for green energy projects from 2 to 10 years to ensure steady growth in the wind and solar industry, providing incentives for companies to buy, for consumers to buy electric vehicles, and installing heat pumps to make green energy use more widespread. However, the amount of giveaways to the fossil fuel industry is so wide in scope that it turns all of the gains in addressing the climate crisis into a moot point," end quote, 350.org. And Madam President, here's what the Center for Biological Diversity had to say on this bill, quote, "This is a climate suicide pact. It's self-defeating to handcuff renewable energy development to massive new oil and gas extraction. The new leasing required in this bill will fan the flames of the climate disasters torching our country, and it's a slap in the face to the communities fighting to protect themselves from filthy fossil fuels," end of quote. That's the Center for Biological Diversity. Madam President, in my view, we have got to do everything possible to take on the greed of the fossil fuel industry, not give billions of dollars in corporate welfare to an industry whose emissions are causing massive damage today and will only make the situation worse in the future. Madam President, in the reconciliation bill, there is a provision regarding tax reform. Let me say a word on that. At a time of massive income and wealth inequality, at a time of soaring corporate profits, at a time in which we have a broken tax system riddled with all kinds of loopholes for the rich and the powerful, this bill makes a few modest changes to reform the tax code. Under this bill, corporations will be required to pay a minimum tax of 15%. That is the good news. The American people are sick and tired of companies like AT&T, Federal Express, and Nike making billions of dollars in profit in a given year and paying nothing, zero, in federal income tax. This provision has been estimated to raise over $300 billion over the next decade. Further, under this bill, the IRS will finally begin to receive the funding that it needs to audit wealthy tax cheats. Each and every year, the top 1% are able to avoid paying more than $160 billion in taxes that they legally owe because the IRS does not have the resources and the staffing they need to conduct audits of the extremely wealthy. This bill begins to change that. This bill would also make a very modest change to the so-called carried interest loophole that has allowed billionaire hedge fund managers on Wall Street to pay a lower tax rate than a nurse, teacher, or firefighter. But the bad news is that while there are some positive aspects to the tax provisions in this bill does nothing to repeal the Trump tax breaks that went to the very wealthy and large corporations. Trump's 2017 tax bill provided over $1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1% and large corporations. In fact, 83% of the benefits of the Trump tax law are going to the top 1%, 83% of the benefits, And this bill repeals none of those benefits. They remain in existence. And Madam President, let us not forget, it is very likely that Congress will be doing a so-called tax extenders bill at the end of the year that could provide corporations with up to $400 billion over the next decade in new tax breaks. If that occurs, that would more than offset the $313 billion in corporate revenue included in this bill. So that, Madam President, is where we are today. We have legislation which, unlike the original Build Back Better plan, ignores the needs of the working families of our country in child care, pre-K, the expansion of Medicare, affordable housing, home health care, higher education, and many, many other desperate needs that families all across this country are facing. This is legislation which, at a time of massive profits for the pharmaceutical industry, and we pay by far the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, takes some very modest steps to lower or control the price of medicine. This is legislation which has some good and important provisions pertaining to energy efficiency and sustainable energy, but at the same time provides massive giveaways to the fossil fuel industry whose emissions are destroying the planet. This is legislation which appropriately ends the absurdity of large, profitable corporations paying nothing in federal income tax, but at the same time leaves intact virtually all of Trump's tax breaks for the wealthy and large corporations. Madam President, this more than 700-page bill